Okay. I think we are good to go. Whoopsie. I'm capturing my own audio because I am a genius. Hi, everybody. I am sabledragonrook. You can call me Sable. And we are here for me at least, an early morning all barrels run of The Last Guardian. This is going to be very comfy, very cozy with our feathery friend who I have painted rainbow for this run. So let's just get started. Don't need to hang out on the new game menu. So timing is going to start as soon as I select new game here. I'll give you a countdown. We are going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, skipping cutscenes. But good morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing well today. So yeah, this is The Last Guardian. This first section is going to be a little bit loud. I'm going to be mostly quiet. Okay. So we wake up in this cave with this giant feathery thing. And he's got a spear in his leg. We take it out. He yeets me against the wall, as you do. And we're gonna slowly earn his trust over the course, I would say over the course of the entire game, but it's more like over the course of the next 3 minutes. And then he's gonna be our friend. Yeah, I heard myself as well, because I also forgot to mute the stream. Trico's hanging out on the floor. And in order to be friends with him, we need to give him barrels. They're buckets of Gatorade. And there will be 48 that we collect across this run. The mandatory ones, I want to say that there's 8, possibly 9, that you have to give him just in order to finish the story. So we're going to be going out of our way to give him a lot of snacks. Also, yeah, you can't really see right now, but I did paint him pride flag colors. I think. I hope. We shall see. The game kind of makes its own decisions sometimes, and that's one of the very fun parts of this run. Thanks for the good luck, Stocky. So Trico is chained to the ground. We're going to need to take care of that chain, and you're supposed to do it after this upcoming cutscene. But we'll wait 1, 2 chomps, otherwise he'll spit the barrel back out because he's upset. And instead of pulling the spear out of his shoulder, turn your head, buddy. We're going to pull this off now. This lever attaches to a collar around his neck that's holding him to that chain. And now we will pull the spear out. The boy should basically be pudding at this point. But, you know, protagonist armor, right? So yeah, we remove the collar before the cutscene in a speed run. Because after the cutscene, we're going to be on the floor. And that would require us to climb Trico again to take the collar off. And he's going to be like scratching his neck. We're going to see that in a second. And it makes it harder to climb him. So we just kind of wrap everything into one action. Okay, pretty sure. I think he is still rainbow colored. It's just hard to tell in the shadows. So he's gonna be back there scratching at himself. He was wearing like a suit of armor, a helmet, and a little back plate. he's going to be scratching to try to get rid of that. While he does that, I'm going to stand here in the corner and fail doing this little trick. It's actually, like, ironically, one of the most difficult tricks in the run, and it's just jumping off of a rock. But we have to get the game to give us, like, an unintended speed boost as we come off the top of this rock to grab this wall. And I didn't get it. It's fine. It saves about 20 seconds. It's not that big of a deal across multiple hours. Just kind of a convenience thing so that we don't have to wait for Trico. But we will actually use that principle a couple more times throughout the run, getting these speed boosts and jumping up to places. Here you go, buddy. I do not expect him to eat that. And in fact, I'm going to assume that he's not going to, because I'm going to reset checkpoint. So this teleports me forward to the end of that hallway, which is slightly faster than climbing. But had Trico eaten that barrel, it would have respawned, because we reset before we got a new checkpoint after he had eaten the barrel. So for the sake of our run, it wouldn't have counted anyway. We would have had to give it to him again. Which is another reason that we don't spend time out there trying to get him to eat those snacks. At least not yet. So we've got this mirror thing now, which we just picked up off the floor. And we're gonna borrow it, in quotes. Definitely 100% plan on giving it back at some point, for sure. Hey, Treeks. Sleeping in the sunshine. So Trico sees this thing. He doesn't know what on earth to think of it. Maybe he's kind of upset. Maybe he's a little interested. But he has some kind of connection to this mirror that we have. But that's a question for another time, right, buddy? You ready? Okay. Bruh. Bruh. Thanks. I was gonna throw that to him, and instead he just decided to knock it out of my hands. What a guy. Hey, Treeks. So the minimum amount of him like turning around and shuffling his feet and everything is what we want to see in this run. Which is why I walked to where I did. Buddy, thank you. Trico's AI is adaptive and very smart, actually. So every run, the way that he eats these barrels is going to be a little bit different. Come here. Come on. Over here. Which means that we as runners need to be adaptive and understand his body language, or else we're just going to be throwing barrels at him over and over again, and he's not going to be doing anything. Which, like I said, one of my favorite parts of running this game. Every run is different. Every run requires you to be like actively thinking about how to do things. Hey, buddy. He doesn't usually grab that from me out of the air. So I'm not going to wait for him. I'm just going to throw it on the floor. Good. Alright, alright. Normally there's a reset here. We use resets a lot to zip Trico to us. But again, you know, he ate all those barrels. We need to not reset or else they'll respawn. So this run is a little bit 90% in the sense that we don't route quite the same way to make sure that the barrels are permanently eaten. And we can see in the pause menu which ones we have gotten. It keeps a tally. So yeah, it takes forever for Trico to walk down this hallway. And we're not going to wait for him, because there is a checkpoint up here. And if we reset that checkpoint, Trico will spawn at the top of this cliff. So that's kind of what I mean by zipping Trico to us. Like so, he's behind me now. Also, I guess I didn't mention the butt lasers. You know, that's a thing. Anything that we point this mirror at, Trico will shoot with lasers that come out of his tail. And a couple rules about that, I suppose. We need to focus the mirror for a certain amount of time. If it becomes unfocused, for example, if the boy, for some reason, you know, glitches through the floor and trips, which is a thing, or if he's attacked, if Trico steps in the way, whatever, and the mirror unfocuses, we have to start over with charging up that shot, which can be problematic later when there's very, very tiny spaces and Trico is stomping around, desperate to be in the way. Getting him to eat barrels out of the water is one of the biggest challenges in this entire run. Where did it go, dude? What have you done? Cool. Hey, buddy. So I can see from his body language that he doesn't really recognize that I have a barrel right now, which is why I dropped it and picked it back up. Boy. You know, I was gonna throw this to him. Whatever. Adapting to anything is part of being good at this run. You ready, Trico? One more. Don't leave me. Hey! Dude, don't leave me. Where are you going? Good catch. So he is going to want to leave because he's scripted to go up to this cliff to my left. That's progress. And I can almost guarantee that after he eats this barrel, that's where we'll find him. Because who cares about me, right? Only his best friend. He'll just leave me behind. Also, you might notice that he has a little necklace. A little badge. That is, bruh. That's an optional thing. The first time you play through the game, he will not have that. It's just... once you complete the game, it's called like the Badge of Courage or something. Can't remember. Ouch. And I put it on him when he's being a good boy, and I take it off when he's being a troll. See, look, he totally left us behind. Get back here. So one of the nice things, I say nice in quotes, I suppose, about the boy is that he doesn't have a health bar, per se. But there is still such thing as fall damage. So I did fall too far there. Not that it mattered, because Trico wasn't here anyway. Really? You're gonna make me walk all the way over there? Just to feed you your nom-noms? Here. Good catch. So the boy doesn't have a health bar, but I did fall too far. Which means that I took fall damage. And that's gonna result in me breaking my leg. Trico, I love this for us. I love that you're not close enough for me to do this. Come here. So a broken leg, the boy will just walk it off. You know, that's accurate to real life. But the amount of time that it takes depends on how far we fell. Trico. Buddy. So it's not in our best interest to just, you know, take wild leaps and fall. Because it's going to take a lot of time for us to walk that off. So usually if you see me fall and break my leg, it was a mistake, not intentional. That time back there, it was kind of intentional because it doesn't matter. Trico isn't there anyway. Yeah, it's 100% a story game. Which we're not going to watch cutscenes because cutscenes add, I want to say 18 minutes, not counting the credits. But those 18 minutes are some of the best content in the game. So for sure, if this game interests you, play through it yourself, watch the cutscenes, or if you play on version 1.0 on disc, PS5, you can play at 60 FPS, which is beautiful, but it's also not, like, it's version 1.0 for a reason. So it hard locks. But I made a video on my YouTube channel that, like, cuts everything together. So you can still watch the whole game at 60 FPS. If you know that this kind of game is not, like, your cup of tea, but you still want to see what happens. So we're outside. Here's the closest we can get to Rainbow Trico. Pride Flag Trico. Usually he's just like bluish gray kinda. But if you get all of the barrels across 2 runs, you get access to a feather painter. And you would think it would be like, oh, you know, you put Trico in this little, you know, like you go to a different screen and you get to paint him or choose patterns or something. Nah. It's literally just the feather painter replaces your mirror and you have to try to paint this giant feather creature while he's moving and while you're moving and he's trying to sniff you and get you to pet him. Anybody who has a complicated paint job on Trico probably spent like 2 or 3 hours on it. Yeah, it's limited to 30 FPS now. Originally, this game was supposed to come out for the PS3, so I'm imagining that, you know, it wasn't really meant to be in like high quality 60 FPS, and so a lot of things break when you try to do 60. For instance, the final, I don't necessarily know if you would call it boss, but the final encounter of the game, there's like an aura that keeps getting either bigger or smaller. And at 60 FPS, it gets bigger twice as fast because, you know, twice as many frames. Which makes it basically impossible to complete that section. Like, you have to be perfect in order to do it at 60. So I'm not calling Trico here because I don't want him to follow me just yet. Where? Oh, there he is. I wanted him to be far behind me so that when I called him and he noticed me, he was facing me. If I had kept calling him this entire time, he would have been right, like, on my heels. And when I got up here, he would have been directly below me, and that would have necessitated waiting for him to notice me, to turn around, go back up the pillar, turn around again, and then jump up. So we want him to just be able to go in a straight line. Sure, little boy, just grab the molten barrel. Sure, that'll be fine. Trico struggles to eat this if you feed him right there, because there isn't enough flat space. So he tends to get confused, which is why we bring it down here. But yeah, another fun consequence of 60 FPS is that sometimes Trico just vanishes. We call it zooping. You can just be looking at him and he kind of just gets visibly sucked into a wall and then he's just there and you can't get him out. It's very funny to watch, but it is also a hard lock and you can't proceed. Very, very rarely it'll happen on 1.3 as well. Thankfully, basically the only spot where it happens is about 7 minutes into the run. So you can just like stop the game, restart, and you're good to go. Oh, thank you, Cheville, for the $15 donation. I will pet Trico in your honor. Alright, there's no chance that Trico grabs this from me, so just put it on the floor. Now, no matter how far we fall, as long as we land on Trico, we will never break our legs because he is soft and plush. Can you not knock that out of my hands, dude? Hey. Wow, he is super not focused. Buddy. You can tell by his eyes and his ears that he's not focused, and really what he's intent on is stepping on my face. Can he... Thank you. Alright. But yeah, like 80% of improving your time in The Last Guardian is just understanding what Trico is communicating with his body language. The other 20% is luck. That's not fair. It's like 5% luck. Because he is an AI, so every run is going to be different. Sometimes you can do everything right, and it's just like not enough. Other times you can do everything wrong, and Trico makes up for it. So once again, it's time-consuming to wait for Trico to find where I am and get up, like, close to me. So that was a checkpoint. We'll just reset, and he will be directly behind me. Cheville, I promise I haven't forgotten about your pet. We just need to be very quick with this barrel in particular, or Trico will trap us in here with his face. He'll stick his head through this hole, and then we can't get out. Alright, very nice. Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey, Trico. Uh-huh. Wow, shouty angry. Yeah. Thank you, Cheville, for the donation. There's your pet. Alright, Treeks. And Trico does different things depending on where you pet him. If we get more donations, then I'll show off some of the other things that he can do when you pet him. He's really very complicated, especially considering that he was supposed to be a PS3 thing. And they actually had even bigger plans for him. Initially, he was supposed to kind of gradually adapt to how the player was was playing and how they were solving puzzles. And if they were struggling, he was supposed to gradually give like increasing hints. You know, looking at where you're supposed to go, barking, that kind of thing. And he still kind of does that, but they couldn't fully realize what they wanted to achieve, so they didn't include it. At least in the form that they had planned. So for right now, I can't actually tell Trico what to do. It would be really helpful for me to be able to tell him, hey, just jump over this wall. But what I can do is call him and position myself on his body so that he moves in certain ways. I needed him to look up, but he tends to look at me when I'm on him. So knowing that, I can position myself on his head so that he looks at me by looking up, and in doing so he triggers that next step to jump upwards. It's just manipulating his AI to do what I want him to do. Or rather, to suggest what I want him to do, because he'll always be Trico. He'll always have a mind of his own. Alright, so he's probably out here throwing a little fit. For all barrels specifically, it's really hard to not get him to stand on this little trigger here. He's looking across the way at like a glowing cage that's making him very upset. In any percent, because we don't stop and get this barrel, we can sometimes skirt him around that trigger and he won't get angry. With probably, I would say like a 75% accuracy, getting him past that. Good catch. But it's basically unavoidable in all barrels because he stands there for so long. Now you probably saw that earlier I pushed like a glass eyeball thing off of a ledge. We don't really know what they did to the Tricos here in the past, but whatever it was made them absolutely hate those things. They're afraid of them. They really don't like to see them. So anytime that Trico sees an eyeball, he is going to choose not to do anything until we get rid of it. And it doesn't matter how we get rid of it. We can blow it up with lightning, we can push it off a cliff. Doesn't matter, as long as Trico can't see it or we break it. Alright, Treeks. There's a checkpoint, which is faster than waiting for that door to slowly rise. Plus it gets Trico's attention. Or the plot calls for getting over his fears. Fair. He loves me, okay? Good catch once again, my friend. He's doing real good with catching barrels today. Trico. Took his time a little bit, that's okay. So there's this big glowing cage here above us. If we look back, we'll see Trico not very pleased about whatever's going on here. And I'm gonna stand very specifically right here. And you will see why in a moment. Thanks for the good luck, Moose. So we're standing right here so that we're facing directly in front of Trico, so that he can eat me. The last thing that we want him to do during that scene is to have to hop around and try to find me so that he can swallow me. Because the force of him jumping around will end up knocking me down, and it takes forever. Or you can just be right in front of his face and it takes like 2 seconds. And he always faces the same way. So we can be really consistent. So we wake up, we are uneaten, sure. But, important to note, we no longer have the mirror. It has somehow gone missing in this series of events. Ooh, nice tail grab. We clipped through the railing to grab Trico's tail, which was exactly what we wanted. So yeah, we don't have the mirror anymore. Sad. Not really, I hate that thing. Most runners are very, very happy to get to this section where we don't have the mirror anymore, because it's one less thing on the circle button. Basically everything in this game is on the circle button. Crouch, depending on your situation, is either circle or X. The mirror, petting Trico, picking things up, it's all circle. So that's why when I was picking up barrels, you probably saw me like using the mirror, and you're like, why do you keep shining the mirror on this barrel for like 2 seconds? It wasn't on purpose, believe me. So yeah, having one less thing that circle button triggers is really, really nice. So these armors, that's just what they're called, armors, or in Japanese, yoroi, which means armor. Those are the main enemies of the game. Don't worry, they're not dudes and ladies, they are just mist inside armor. So when Trico violently rips them apart, it's not people. It's just armor animated by some kind of blue mist. Yeah, sentient Febreze, vaporized Gatorade, whatever you think. The lore is yours to create. Hello folks, let's go. Trico, help me please. Alright, so I'm going to leave this up to Trico. There's typically a very specific way to do this. Trico's still going to determine whether it's good or bad, based on, you know, the RNG of his AI. He goes backwards, yep. That's going to be a little bit slower. He almost always goes backwards, so that's fine. So I'm going to take this helmet, if I can. Again, circle button. And I'm going to chuck it off the side here. Oh, there's one right by his feet. Alright, this is going to be a no-go. Come on, Trico. Trico, focus. Look at me. Look at me. Trico, look at me. Nope. So this section is called Helmet Skip, and he is doing it correctly but wrong. He might have just knocked the helmet off, which is very nice. What Trico really hates about these armors is their helmets, specifically. And that's what he's really angry at right now. I'm trying to get his attention away from the armors and their helmets so that he looks at me in here. Ideally what you want... Trico. Hey, dude. Hi. You either want one helmet remaining and it's in your hands and you're carrying it in here so that he comes in here, or you want no helmets and then he'll just look at you. We didn't get either of those, which is alright. We got him in here eventually, but the fastest skips are going to be one of those two variants, because we want him in here so that we can climb on his back and get up here. This isn't how you're supposed to solve this puzzle. The game is teaching you about the pet mechanic, so you're supposed to pet him and it'll calm him down, and then he sticks his head through a hole, and that's how you get up here. But if we lure him into that room, we can skip that whole puzzle. And we're doing chain quick climbing. That's like more than twice as fast as you're supposed to be climbing chains. And on we go. That's the only time in the game when you have to pet Trico in order to get him to progress, which is why we skip it. Because petting Trico takes a long time. Sorry, buddy. After that, whenever Trico's upset, you can just keep calling him, and eventually he'll calm down. Yeah, no, I'm a horrible person for skipping pets. The actual pace at which you climb chains in this game is agonizing. It is so slow. So here's a scripted event that Trico is doing very poorly at. That's okay. He's meant to go down to this wall, turn back around, he's going to start running. He'll slide to a stop, turn and face me, walk around this pillar, and then look up at the sky and scream. And it happens roughly the same way every time. But it's important to know that these scripted events are different from cutscenes in that they're happening in the game world, which means that every time Trico's AI is calculating, you know, how do I get to this location? Which means sometimes he does a really good job, and sometimes, like this time, he does kind of a garbage job, but that's okay. Because there's nothing we can do about it, except for just embrace the fact that Trico's gonna bash his face into a wall for a second. So yeah, sometimes he'll get stuck on geometry or whatever. And sometimes he'll just make like a perfect clean line. Alright, we're gonna try Vine Skip. I don't like Vine Skip because if you do it wrong, you have to just do the intended way. Anyway, but yeah. Oh, it actually worked. We closed the top of this pot by cheesing our way onto the roof. Hi, Trico, taking a bath. And we skipped the entire puzzle. What was supposed to happen was Trico hops down here. He sticks his head in that hole because that pot smells the same as barrels, and he's really super into it. Bless you. And so we move the pot to the middle hole because it's on rails. And that gets Trico to stick his head in the middle hole so we can climb on his back to get up to where we were. And then there's like a specific ramp that's meant for you to push the lid closed so Trico can't smell it anymore. We skipped all that by just cheesing our way onto the roof and then getting lucky that the physics allowed us to close the lid. Which is very nice. So onward we go. We have this little chunk, basically from right before Cage, which we did, you know, when Trico ate me, up through this next room, where it's basically any percent. There are no barrels. So we just do things the same as we would in an any percent. And this is scripted as well. Trico is going to go down here and take another bath because cleanliness is next to Trico-ness. And so we just kind of have to wait for him to do this. And again, I can encourage him to go over here a little bit faster, even though it's scripted, by going over here myself. Because me being over here makes him look in that direction, which helps to orient his body toward the direction he's supposed to go. So Trico's looking up, and he sees this. It's another Trico hanging out up there. He's upset. I'm gonna keep calling him in order to make him not upset instead of petting him. Hey, buddy. Stepping past the trigger in this room helps him to calm down. A lot of runners would reset there. I'm gonna choose not to. The reset pulls Trico into this room, but I tend to find that he turns around in the time it takes you to climb this pillar, so I would rather have him facing forward. We're gonna meet him on the way up for this jump, which is very specifically timed but very consistent, so that we don't have to climb his tail to get up here. And now it's back to barrels. More schnackos. If Trico misses these, we have to reset because they go down into an abyss. So please catch them, okay? Thank you. You ready? Thank you. Good, good. This eyeball is already broken, so we don't need to worry about it. And I'm not going to bother to call Trico, because I'm just going to checkpoint reset to zip him to me. Now, sadly, there is kind of a cool skip that we would do in any percent in this room. But there's a barrel in here, so it's over there. So we can't do this skip in all barrels. Instead, I'm going to help Trico fight these armors. Which I'm going to do by trying to get their attention. Not that they care. So Trico always prioritizes saving me if I get caught in a fight. That means that if I get caught, Trico always prioritizes saving me. Trico, you're putting me on the spot here. If I get caught, usually he will come to my rescue, and that makes him fight enemies. That time, apparently, Trico decided to take a vacation. Love you to death, Trico, but I swear. Still, all things considered, that fight did not go that poorly. Hi, bud. I got something for you. You want snackies? Good catch, dude. Cheeks, I set it up for you. You're really, truly just making it worse. Here. If you don't want me to throw it, then you can just have it. No? Oh, okay, we're being really picky. What about over here? Is the moon and stars in alignment over here? Yes, it is. I am somewhere, for sure. There are a lot of seams on Trico's body that you can get stuck on. But anyway, we gave Trico that barrel. It was only a little weird. Glitched myself through that railing so we didn't have to worry about climbing over it. Trico is a diva. I love him a lot, but he is high maintenance. Alright, we should get a little lag spike here as we pass through this door. That wasn't actually too bad. Alright, checkpoint weirdly is like back against this wall. That will teleport Trico to me. I can start grabbing this lever during the cutscene. Bam. So what you didn't get to see, because I zipped Trico to me, is that he walked through that door and there was a pressure plate underneath the door. He triggered it, the door fell down, and it landed on his tail. So he's stuck. Which means, hey buddy, he's still back here. I've got armors chasing me, and the boy has really no means of destroying armors without Trico's help. That's kind of a lie, but practically it's true. My Trico is stuck, which I appreciate, which means I have to just wiggle this again, even though his tail isn't actually stuck. You're free! Sometimes he just doesn't realize. Now what we really need is for Trico to destroy all of these armors before he turns to the right and goes down this hallway. And I think he did? Oh, one behind him. Because he's scripted to do like a special little run down the hallway. But if there's still armors behind him when he tries to do that, his AI will get confused. It'll get mixed up between trying to do the scripted thing and trying to fight the armors that are behind him, which results in him just very slowly walking down this hallway. And doing basically nothing. Good job, buddy. So we reset there to make Trico calm again, so that he would follow me very quickly. In any percent, this would be command skip. So we're about to learn how to actually tell Trico what to do, instead of just calling him. However, there are barrels down here, which means we can't do that. You're supposed to, you know, be in here, give Trico these barrels, realize that you can't get out, and after a few minutes the narrator's going to be like, oh, but actually, Trico kind of just did what I told him to. And in any percent, we just use Trico, we actually intentionally pet Trico to get him to sit down, and then he'll lift his head up and we can get up on that pillar over there and just get out of the room. But since we need these barrels, no command skip for us. Which is honestly kind of nice, because command skip can be hard. It's one of the most common things that new runners just really, really struggle with. Wow, Trico, you are just going wild, my friend. That was quite good, actually. Trico ate those barrels very quickly. Alright, buddy, let's see what we're working with. Getting out of here in an all-barrels run is kind of, play it by ear every time. We'll see what we've got. Okay, what we've got is we should jump. I'm gonna get onto his back because I don't need to be on his head. And off we go. So now we can tell Trico what to do. Kind of. There's no guarantee that he'll listen. But we have a little bit more control now. Hey, Treeks. Trico, look at me. So I have a couple options. I can point Trico in a direction, which is what I just did. I can tell him to jump. I can tell him to attack or like swat at things with his feet. I can tell him to interact, whatever that means in the context. Usually it just means grab. And I can yell at him. Like I can scold him for doing things wrong. And that actually does matter, as sad as it is to have to do that to Trico. Because when he is... I'm sorry, buddy. When he's having a hard time listening, sometimes it's because his AI is just kind of gunked up with residual commands. And scolding him clears that. It's like clearing the cache on your browser. So we may occasionally need to gently scold him. And it basically comes down to runner experience, which commands are better to give him. Because for instance, I can use jump here, or I can use point forward. But I know that Trico will understand point forward better than he'll understand jump, even though both would work. Similarly, Trico will understand jump better here than he would point forward, even though both would eventually get him to do the same thing. Trico will never catch this from me, so... Honey, please just eat it instead of playing with it. It's a smart way for the AI to adjust it to a place where they can grab it, but I would appreciate if you would just put it in your mouth, buddy. Okay, I will... Of course. Of course. I was just getting down to help him, and that's when he figured it out. That's fine. Classic Trico. Alright, so now we're going to have another decently long section without barrels. This will be essentially the same as any percent. That jump was a little bit wider than I meant it to be. So there's a door in front of Trico. He can't follow us, so I need to find some way to open this door. I am going to do that by splatting down onto the ground. Checkpoint reset's going to put me on the ground, which is faster than, you know, breaking my leg and then walking it off. If we are in the light of those armor's eyes, they'll wake up, and I can't beat them without Trico, so we need to finish this before they see me. Which is usually timed so that Trico gets in just as they see me, which is ideal. I'm gonna manage their position within the room to line them up so that Trico hits both of them at the same time. Because they follow me, so to some extent I can control where they are in relation to Trico. What Trico does with that information, I cannot control. So Trico did a good job there. Hey buddy, you don't need to run. But, you know, I guess whatever floats your boat, huh? And his horns are starting to grow back a little bit. They were broken at the beginning of the game. But since we're feeding him lots of schnackos, they're starting to grow back. You gotta love the boys' noodle physics. What a goob. So same principle in this next room, except there's either 6 or 8 guards. I think there's 8 instead of just 2. This one's a little bit more stringent. We can't just run up to the chain and pull because the cycling is a little bit different. And what you're supposed to do is there's actually a little platform underneath the platform I'm standing on. And so you're supposed to like get the armor's attention, and then, you know, if they get too close, you go down there and hide until they can't find you anymore. And then you like go back to what you were doing. But, you know, this is a speed run. Ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, there is only 6. I was wrong. So again, I'm clustering them together to give Trico the best chance of hitting multiple at once. This guy decided to be a little coward. Bye. So he's separated from the group. We don't really want to see them fall like that. Because you may notice how long it's taking to calm Trico down and just end that fight. I'm not even going to checkpoint reset for safety. The fight is only over when all of the armors are dead, not when all of the armors are over the ledge. And the death plane in this room is actually really, really far down. So if Trico knocks one of those armors undamaged off of the platform, they fall for a long time before they die. Which means that, you know, you can think that the fight is over and try to do a checkpoint reset, but the fight isn't actually over, and so you end up accidentally starting over. Which is why I didn't use the reset. Alright, let's try some task swag. Nailed it. We didn't have to use the ladder because we did that. That's risky enough that it's considered basically only task viable, but if you want to risk it, you lose pretty substantial time if you fail though, so if you're actually on a good pace, it's not really worth it to save, I think it's 7 seconds not taking the ladder. Because I believe you lose about 37 if you fail. Hey bud, while you're climbing, let me take these spears out. It's not safe for me to get these other spears because Trico's about to turn around. Turn around, buddy. Wow, he was just super not into doing that. You got this, dude. I know you do. Okay. Blackthorn, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. Hope things are going alright for you. Alright, Trico. Here we go. So Trico's gonna pass through one of these one-way doors. It's gonna close behind him and we're gonna be trapped in the next room. We need to get him through that door over there. That's attached to that chain. And I need to get Trico to yank on that chain in order to open up the door. Because it's way too heavy for me. So in order to do that, I need to put something pretty enticing on the end of that chain. What? I'm just standing in midair. Alright. Well, at least it was cool. It was supposed to be a fall damage cancel. For some reason, it considered the collision of that object to be just out in midair. It's supposed to trigger the boy's grab animation, which cancels the amount of distance that you've fallen, so the boy doesn't think that he's taken fall damage. But it's fine. It wasn't that far, so we walked it off in like 2 seconds. So this is a barrel of the same goo that is inside the barrels that I feed Trico. Which of course means that he loves it. And we're going to hang this on the end of the chain and he's going to play with it. And we'll use that to eventually wedge that door open. Hey, buddy. So checkpoint resetting here is going to teleport both me and this bucket closer to where I need to be, which is why we do that. Fun fact, if you let Trico sniff this bucket while it's on the ground, it'll make him sneeze, and he has like the wettest, grossest sneezes. You can watch the particles just explode from his face. It's cute, also gross. He sneezes with enough force to knock you over as well, which is very cute. So you can see him playing with that is opening that door. You can probably see where this is going. These are some residual wheels from a cart. And I'm gonna shove this underneath the door. At some point, if the boy would ever push it. Oh, I do not like that positioning. If it falls too close to, you know, this structure to my left, for some reason it can mess with Trico's AI. Hey buddy, stop. 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 Okay. Stop. That's one of the only places in the game where we intentionally use that scold command. Because we don't want him to be charging into it like that. Usually we can stop him before he fully charges his face into it. But like I said, the positioning of this set of wheels wasn't super great. Nothing we could have done about it. It's just kind of the physics engine doing its thing. We got unlucky, but that's okay. Alright, buddy, you ready? Ready, ready? Big pull, big pull. Yeah. Good job. We spent years, literal years, trying to figure out how to get Trico to not pay attention to these wheels anymore. And a correctly timed single call facing this direction from that location finally did it. Otherwise, Trico is prone to just sniff that thing for like a minute. Hey, Treeks. Here, buddy. You ready? Whoop. Nice recovery. Don't sit down. Don't sit down. Don't sit down. Trico, don't sit down. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, he sat down. Oh boy, oh boy. Boy, please just stand. Good. Trico can get stuck there if he sits and lifts his foot up for some reason. We're good though. Alright, more eyeballs. So we know Trico's not going to progress. We can break this one during the cutscene with some specific movement when we can't see. Now, sadly, we are still trying to figure out how to get Trico to not pay attention to these. Sometimes he'll just move on right away, and sometimes he'll stay and look at those eyeballs for a minute or two. This was pretty good. He really didn't spend very long at all. That's nice. Another eyeball. So we'll knock this cart down. And we know where to stand so that this is safe. I gave Trico the command long ago to go across here, so he's kind of ahead of the game. Now the question is, will he just leave me behind? Hey buddy, hey. Don't forget your best friend. Somebody has to feed you. So there's a little jitter in his animation that lets you know that he's ready to catch you. Because as with, you know, some of the other things that we've seen, this, again, is not a cutscene. It is a scripted event that's happening within the context of the game world. So sometimes, if you jump too early, if you don't jump at the right angle, if Trico's AI just kind of borks out, he won't catch you, and you'll die. So there's always the chance for things to go wrong with situations like that because it requires active AI calculation. Same thing's gonna happen here. That's gonna destroy the bridge when it goes down, which is gonna destroy the platform that I'm on. So I'm gonna need Trico to save me. So, Trico is clinging on to this thing. We need to give him something to grab so that he can actually make it up here. So I'll move that pot, which causes that wooden thing, that pillar, to slide down. I'll get this spear while I'm here because it's going to take Trico a second to actually use that to grab. And during the cutscene, we can start our movement. Trico's being very cute, but we're not going to stay and watch. So we reset there. Because the guy in the back over here has a spear now. Because Trico's behind me. I teleported Trico behind me doing that checkpoint reset. So that guy has a spear instead of a sword, which means he's going to go after Trico instead of me. And that gives me the space that I need to climb up this wall. Trico, however, will not come into this room to help me because there is an eyeball. So I need to get rid of that first. Now, as for the part that we just passed, where Trico was clinging to that thing and needed help getting up, we do have a category called Bad Ending, where you just don't help Trico there, and eventually that thing will break, and you and Trico will fall. So if you are interested in Last Guardian, but don't have the time to do a full any %, that's your punishment. You get a short category, but Trico falls at the end. Hi, Treeks. Calm down, dude. No, little boy, why are you the way you are? Broski. The camera. This game approaches movement in kind of a weird way. So the camera dictates what your face buttons do. Like, pointing behind you isn't necessarily always going to be behind you, depending on what direction the camera is facing. Which means sometimes the camera, because it can get stuck in walls and stuff, sometimes there is just no button that goes in the direction that you need it to go. Which is what happened there. It's kind of a very... It's a weird system. There's no real reason to run up this. I like the swirlies. Alright, so Trico comes out here. He sees this big eyeball. Very, very upset. Why are you a dog bird? He's my friendo. He's my Trico. Calm down, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. Alright. I know. It's spooky. Trix, you didn't have to get down, you know? I could have just given you these barrels. Come on up, buddy. Alright. You ready? Good catch. Good catch. Let me just toss this one down there too. It's so much faster if he would catch those from me. But we have to stay and make sure he eats them, because if we try to just let him eat them while I'm gone, he's paying attention to me, and he's going to lose focus on them. And then we can't get back here to help him, so it invalidates the run. Good job, Trix. You missed. You missed, dude. You missed. Eat the barrel. Honey, I really didn't want to have to come down here. Here. Trico, you are being the biggest, saltiest cabbage right now. Has anybody ever told you that? Buddy, I'm holding it. You don't need to reposition it. Get over here, you giant feathery chicken thing. Trico! Ah, this is what makes this run awesome. Because who knows when Trico's gonna do things like that. Alright. This is so realistic. So realistic to owning a cat. Things like that are why whenever I like go for, you know, any kind of time improvement in Last Guardian, I never ever run against my PB on the splits. Because there's so much variability that you have absolutely no control over. And it can be really demoralizing, right? To see yourself dip into the red through no fault of your own. But, you know, by the same token, there's going to be a point later in the run, maybe during a fight or something, where Trico just goes really fast. And it was nothing that I did, he did a really great job. So it kind of all balances out. You end up in the red, but then later you save 30 seconds because Trico was really smart, you know? And that makes the run really fun because it's different every time. But it makes it hard to glean data from your splits. Also, we're going to skip this entire puzzle, I hope. You can see there's a break here in the eyeball. You're supposed to like go backwards and solve the entire back of it, which is like a platforming puzzle, and then come back through the front and whatever. We just boosted ourselves in a way that we weren't supposed to, and then just skipped right to the end. Which is actually a very finicky puzzle, because it's no exaggeration to say that the direction and speed at which the wind is blowing determines whether you can do that or not. If you get unlucky and the wind is moving the eye a lot, then it'll be shifting too much for you to make that jump. I would like to think that with every barrel that we give Trico, we're giving him one more brain cell, so that by the end of the run he has a whole 48 of them. But we all know that's a lie. He can be a real goober all the way through to the end. Like, genuinely, I tell when runners are just starting to learn this game, I tell them, like, you don't know what your time is until the timer stops. Like, there is no telling what can happen up through the very final moment of the game, because there's so much physics, so much Trico. Trico is the giant unpredictable variable. And at any point he can just be like, you know what? I'm gonna do this 45 seconds faster. So some people see that as frustrating, right? Like, you can be having this god run and then Trico just destroys it, which has absolutely happened to me. But I see it as favorable, right? Like, you're never down for the count. Because Trico could always do something, like, amazing that you have no control over. So I was moving during that cutscene to get a little bit closer up onto Trico's back. Just less time spent climbing. During cutscenes, because that was cutscene. In the sense that, like, Trico's path is mapped out. However, I could still move, which also means that I could die. But during most cutscenes, controls are inverted. Or, I guess, better described as rotated. Could you, boy, please? Thank you. So it's really hard to navigate during cutscenes, because you'll end up going, like, the opposite direction of where you want to go 9 times out of 10. We did this little shimmy because there's a cutscene trigger here. And if you walk up on top, you're going to have to watch the cutscene. So we avoided it. And I will skip this cutscene by jumping. Nope, nope. So Trico is on a pillar. There's nowhere for him to go. So I am going to try to lower a drawbridge, which is going to give him something to jump onto. And the way that you're supposed to do that is... These guys are throwing spears at Trico down here. So you're supposed to jump across some scaffolding and then grab like a bar, and then you're stuck, and Trico will be like, "Oh no, my friend," and he'll come over and like hang for a minute so that you can get down onto his back. We're not going to do any of that. This is one of my favorite skips in the game. We are just going to make our way to the drawbridge itself. Nope. It's like the only time in the game we ever use that roll. So yeah, drawbridge is over here. And I'm not going to use Trico at all. I'm going to fully solve this myself. Okay, well, you know, first I'm going to die. Because the boy went a little off-center. It's fine. It doesn't change the mechanics of the skip at all. Let's do that again, but right this time. There we go. Because that piece is falling, so we need to be across it quickly. So yeah, if we touch that over there, it'll trigger a cutscene where Trico comes to help us. Instead, I'm going to intentionally not grab it, land on top of the drawbridge where I'm not supposed to be, skim this wall, grab the ladder, onto the floor, and the game is like, uh-oh, why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. So it spawns Trico on the bridge. Because it has to, or else we're just like stuck. And there's no way to proceed. So I force the game to teleport Trico through a cutscene and to me. And we just get to proceed. But now Trico's upset. He's like, look, you've been having me do all this stuff. I'm tired. I'm hungry. You haven't me. So he's going to sit down and he's going to refuse to move until I give him more food. Because, you know, he's a dog. So you're supposed to throw this barrel like back and forth across all these platforms. I'm not going to do that. I'm just gonna latch my toes onto this one little polygon that lets me climb up. And we're done with that whole puzzle. That's called barrel skip. It's not the first time we're gonna do that. Well, I mean, it is the first time. It's not the only time we're gonna do that. Because otherwise you have to throw this barrel like back and forth from these platforms and keep rushing over and catching it before it falls off. Hi, buddy. Here you go. You feel better. So hopefully he's eaten that. Sometimes he can be a little bit of a troll. Physics gets the better of him and he springs it across the room. Alright, super, super dark room. There are holes in the floor. And Trico has flashlight eyes. Hey, buddy. Alright, he was looking directly at me when I issued that command, so hopefully he understands. Body language, however, says he did not. It's alright, dude. I get it. This is difficult. This is one of the harder jumps for him to understand because it's directly above his head. He's just gonna kind of glitch himself into the wall for a second. It's fine. Cool, cool. So I need Trico's help. This drawbridge is in the way. I need him to push it down. And we have this long section again without barrels. A lot of the barrels are focused in the early game. So I've already gotten quite a few. No cutscene skip for us. That's okay. If Trico's AI is like really on point, he'll just make this first jump before we get to watch this little thing, and it won't play. It's really, really nice. Saves like 20 seconds, but I've had it happen once in the last, I think, 2 years, so it's quite rare. It's not something that you count on. Just kind of a nice bonus if it happens. Focus, buddy. Trico. Focus. There's a big eyeball over here, so he's upset. So you're supposed to climb down Trico's tail and like onto this pillar that we're on in order to get onto this rope, but you know, speed run, so yoink. It really sucks to miss that if the boy doesn't grab, because I don't have a grab button. If you've ever played Shadow of the Colossus, you have, I guess it depends on what control scheme you're using, but you know, you have like a stamina meter and you hold grab, right? In this game, grabbing happens automatically, which is most of the time a blessing because the boy is almost always holding something, but sometimes a curse because sometimes he just won't do it and there's nothing you can do. So if the boy happens to not grab that rope, you end up all the way back over there by where we watched the cutscene. Yeah, this game is 100% about the story. And everything that happens is just to further the story. And it is a good story. It's always sad to have to skip the cutscenes. Fast rope climbing again because it do be fast. Now, because we did the fast rope climb, and because I know my pathing up this wall, we should be correctly synced with Trico to have all of this work out. Usually when we walk across a rope, the boy will like put his arms out to the side and it's very, very slow. But if I duck down and then keep ducking down, I can keep chaining this running across the rope. However, I have to go in a perfectly straight line, or else the boy will fall to either side, grab the rope, and then when we climb back up, we have to do the slow walk. So this saves a ton of time to do rope run like this, and it syncs us up so that Trico is just coming over here, which means that we can do a trick called the Panda Plummet, because it was found by Sancho Panda, where we just end up on Trico's face. Usually there's like a checkpoint reset up there, and Trico will jump over and then you kind of shimmy down all these chains to meet him. But with the Panda Plummet, we're just kind of here. And you can actually see over there in the distance, all that stuff hanging down there is where we did that first eye puzzle. Where we jumped across the front of it to skip everything. So you end up... It's over there. See the stuff hanging? You end up being able to see a lot of where you've come from. Alright, I'm gonna leave Trico behind. He's gonna figure that out on his own. Another eyeball. And you can actually see the white tower there, which is our goal for the game. Trico saw that white tower as soon as we came out of that first cave. And, you know, we don't know what we're doing in this valley, but Trico seems super interested in that tower, so maybe if we can get to the top, we can, like, you know, jump out of the valley or something. Is what the boy is thinking, so we're heading toward that tower. And that's your overarching purpose throughout the game. Gonna need some help, buddy. Come here. Alright, I'm waiting for some indications in his movement that he's ready to catch me. It's very easy for him to miss in this section specifically. Thank you, Trico. Alright, all we need to do is touch this platform. And now Trico's already turned around. He's ready to go. He's not worried about, like, babying me, like, are you okay? Which is why we do that reset there. Now, he's very smart, which means that he's going to take the rest of these jumps by himself. I don't need to give him any commands. He's just gonna figure it out. So, that being said, I'm gonna take a drink. It has been an hour and a half since we started, so if you haven't taken a drink, stay hydrated. Oh, Trico's my buddy. You gotta love Trico or else this run is miserable. Which is why, you know, it takes a special kind of someone to speedrun Last Guardian. It's not for everybody. The people who really enjoy it, and the people who don't, really don't. And it all comes down to Trico, you know? Because either you like him or you see him as the cause of all your suffering and time loss, right? And that's why I won't grind this game. Like, I had the world record in any percent. I had the world record in all barrels. I still have the world record in a lot of other categories. Like, it's fine. Because as soon as you start grinding this game and paying really close attention to your times, you really start to get angry with Trico, you know? And I don't want to do that because he's my buddy. Alright, here we go. Hey, it's that other one we saw. So within the first, I think it's approximately 25-minute mark, we see that other Trico, and our Trico gets very angry at her and is shouting at her, but she runs away. And so you kind of forget about her, right? But here she is, foiling our attempts. So we fell really far. This is the room with like the chain where I had to hang the pot on the chain to get Trico to help me with it. She just undid like a ton of progress. Poor Trico's a little bit beat up, but don't worry, he's okay. So Trico has to figure out how to get me down. And poor guy, his head hurts. You can see one of his ears is down because he's a little bit injured. So he always does the same set of things. First he tries to grab me like this, and he realizes he's too far away. So next, he's going to try to jump next to me and grab me with his mouth. But I'm too far away. So then he's going to be upset for a second and still trying to grab me. And then I tell him, "Hey, what about up there?" And he looks and he sees that there's a place that he can stand up above me. And then he almost kicks me in the face. And here's his tail. Now, there is a vine skip here where we can jump straight from this platform down to some vines and not have to wait for Trico to go down to the floor, I am not going to do it. Super, super easy to die. So instead, Trico is going to take this first jump. And then I'm going to jump to the vines. If you die, a lot of the times you have to do the whole, like, grab the tail from the tree again, which is why it's not worth it to me. And there's another barrel skip. We were supposed to throw these barrels all along these platforms to get it up here. But again, we just kind of hook our toe onto a little polygon that lets us step up when it's not supposed to. Sadly, these doors are not open. I'm trying to nudge them open in such a manner as to let me, yep, throw that barrel through. The angle wasn't super great. Where did it go? Where is the barrel? Barrel? What? What? Never in my life have I had this happen, but okay. I guess we're resetting the checkpoint. Well, hey, for those who were gone for the commercial break, you get to watch Barrel skip again. The barrel just apparated out of existence. Oh, watch now. I'm not going to get barrel skip. There we go. Whoa. Alright, let's not phase this barrel into time and space this time, please. Get the barrel on the floor. Just take it down to where Trico is. Wow. It has never been that much of a pain. But whatever. Trico's got it. We're good. We only lost 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Don't worry about it. Because not only do we need the barrel, obviously, for all barrels, but we just need that one in order for Trico to progress at all. Because it makes him feel better after he took his big tumble. Alright, up and out. We can't quite see yet, but there are some enemies up on that platform. And they're our first encounter with armors that have shields. And their shields are especially insidious. They're made out of the eyeballs that Trico is very scared of. So there's a couple things that happen. If Trico sees shields like that, he will stop fighting because he's scared. And it takes up all of his attention, so he won't come to help me. If we had the mirror, it's really hard to get him to focus on shooting because it takes up all of his brain space. But second of all, and I'm pretty sure that this is unintentional, I don't think that the devs meant for this to be the case, If Trico sees one of these eyeball shields and it stops him, as in I don't destroy it in time, for some reason that makes him much more pacifist for the rest of the game. So every time that one of these shields stops him, he becomes worse in battle. He's less likely to kill things in one hit. You know, he's more likely to miss. I don't know why that happens. I don't think it's on purpose. So it's really, really important that we destroy these shields as soon as we can, as soon as we see them. These ones are a little bit of a special case because they're like teaching you what these shields are about. So Trico will come charging into these ones as long as I knock them out of the armor's hands at least once. But we're going to try to do this in an even better way. So we knock this one down. And then we knock this one down. So Trico will come over, and then we get away from that guy and knock that guy off the cliff. That's one less armor that Trico needs to fight, but the timing is super, super tight. So the boy can actually pull the heads off of armor as long as they're already on the ground. Which is why most of the time he can't do anything, because he doesn't really have a mechanism of knocking them to the ground. But if Trico does it, then we can help. So I got captured to help Trico really focus on that guy, speed the fight along. Good job, buddy. A grab is always a kill. Hey, Trix. I got something for yous. You're in a really weird spot, buddy. Here, no. Alright, we're not gonna do this, okay? Here. Come this way. Where it's less confusing. Apparently it's equally confusing. You're getting it. Good job. Okay. So that fight actually went pretty decently. We're gonna need one of these helmets. Trico, why are you bound determined to go this way? You are in my way, sir. So armors that don't have heads won't activate unless you put a head on them. Most of the time, that's to our advantage because we don't want to fight any more than we have to. But in this case, there's a barrel behind this final guard. Knowing Trico, he will destroy this guard, knock its helmet off, and keep knocking it in that direction until he has to fight every single one of these armors. Because that's just Trico. Hey, buddy. Good job. Leave it alone. Don't move the helmet. Nobody else has woken up. Just get over here. All right. I will throw this to you because you love your fun and games. Here you go. You didn't even catch it. Cool. So that basically couldn't have gone better because he did just destroy that armor. The head didn't like automatically go to another empty suit. So we escaped having fought only one of the three. So Trico hears that other Trico in the distance and is upset. Which is fair. I mean, she punched him right in the face. And onward we go. Trico is going to trigger this pressure plate, which drops this door, blocking our path. I'll open it for him. And then he'll go on without me because he smells that delicious barrel juice. Which, as for what it's made out of, don't worry about it. It's fine. Trico has definitely just been eating Gatorade this entire time. So as per usual, whenever we encounter something like this, we have to get it out of Trico's way, or he's just going to be so distracted that he won't do anything. And if you were a casual player, you would push that to the end of the track, realize that it doesn't go anywhere, and that you need to check to get it to go anywhere. And then do that. But obviously, we know that that's going to happen. So we just go in here and change the track. I'm sorry, buddy. You gotta dump your juice down the drain. So with all of that poured out into the water that we're now swimming in, I'm sure that's not hazardous at all. Trico's refocused, and we're going to need his help to get out of here. The debris in this water is gross. The debris impacts how quickly we can do this. And boy, it just really does not want me to make progress. If debris gets stuck on this box, we pull it slower. And there was basically no clear path. So Trico's above me, and actually it looks like he already did a great job. He's where he needs to be. All I need is for him to break the floor. This basically comes down to RNG, and it's not even Trico's fault, because he is where he needs to be standing. It's just now the game needs to give him credit for standing on this place. And sometimes the game can be very stringent about that. Right, Treeks? Keep moving, buddy. It'll happen. You got this, dude. Alright, I'm gonna temporarily not look. That can sometimes help Trico to stand in a slightly different spot. He does kind of seem like he's a little bit glitchy, because the same panels keep going up and down in this exact same motion. So I'm gonna try to get him to move. Like, it seems like he wants to turn around, but he doesn't have the space, or his AI, like, isn't letting him. Yeah, okay, we're not going to make progress with Trico like this. Sometimes his AI just kind of gets stuck. That's okay. This is one of the more difficult puzzles in the game, in the context of the speedrun. because there's a lot that's out of our control. And okay, and now the box just isn't even willing to be pushed. There's a lot that's out of our control, and honestly a lot that's out of Trico's control as well. Like, he's just doing his best, and we couldn't ask for more. So you just kind of live with what you get when it comes to this puzzle. And again, we can see that he's in the right spot. Oh, he might have just... Yep. Good job, dude. So yeah. He was just kind of hung up last time, because he did it immediately. Once we reset. So he broke the floorboards, which made a hole. Now I just need to get him to look at me so that he spins around and his butt is over that hole. That will cause his tail to come through, and we can climb his tail to get out. I intentionally did not look up at where his tail is, because as with, you know, a lot of video games, they've designed it so that if you're not looking at something, it's not really loaded. To save memory, right? So if we don't look at the hole where Trico's tail is, then there's fewer obstacles for his tail to get stuck on because they're not loaded, which means it's easier for his tail to fall. As opposed to it just like getting all tangled up in all that scaffolding. Alright, Trico's gonna take care of this fight for me. And then immediately afterwards, he's gonna do that thing where once again he sits down and he says, "I'm not moving because you're not feeding me enough." Even though we're giving him literally every barrel in the game. So I'm preemptively getting that barrel for him while he's still doing the fight. And I'm calling him at the same time because eventually he's gonna be done with this fight and I need him to be calm in order to eat. That little step up onto the box is not how you're supposed to get out of here. Called the Sancho step, because again, Sancho Panda was the one who found it. It's not really actually faster than the way that you're supposed to do it. Okay, that's a lie. It's like 1.5 seconds faster. But it's more of a swag thing. But I pay my bills in swag bucks. Hey, Treeks. I know. Yeah, you gotta do your happy dance, huh? You can make him not do the happy dance if you're soulless. If you're on a really good pace, you can have him skip that. And up onto his head right as he boosts is the fastest way to do that. So once again, we're separated. He can't get to me, so I have to find a way to open a path for him. White Tower is over here in the background. I guess you kind of can't see it. You'll see it in a second. But that's still where we're going. So the entire game is about trying to get higher so that we can get to the White Tower. And there it is. Without Trico, I have absolutely no recourse for dealing with these armors. So this is a bad situation to be in. And because Trico is Trico, he breaks things. If there's one thing you can say about Fumito Ueda, the guy who is in charge of making these games, he loves crumbling architecture. Thanks, Treeks. Alright, I'm simultaneously going to give him a command and stay in the place where he can grab me like that, because that's the fastest way to get onto his back. However, you can see that it's risky, because again, I don't have a grab button. So a lot of the time, the boy will just kind of slide off. Trico, why you no listen, buddy? Over here. Okay, so his brain is a little bit gunked up. That was an example of using the scold command. Clear his mental cache. And you can see that as soon as we did that, he listened right away. So down here is a coliseum filled with 4 armors. However, if I play my cards right, we can do basically the only glitch in the run. Which is... the armors spawn in one by one in a row, starting with the back of the room and moving toward the front. If I can reset early enough before all of them have spawned in, then when we load back in, only the furthest one will be spawned. That looked good, so we'll see. Yep. So only this one in the back corner has spawned. We interrupted the spawn of the other 3 that would be standing in these windows. And you can see this one here was supposed to have one of these eyeball shields. But he's not here because we glitched him out. I'm gonna break that just so that this guy can't pick it up. And then I'm gonna move him toward Trico and keep him kind of in the same place so that Trico can just kill him right away. As a potential negative, we now get to listen to this fight music until I checkpoint reset, because as far as the game is concerned, there's 4 armors and only one of them has been killed, so the fight is still happening. This is by far the hardest barrel in the game. I don't know how long we're going to be here. We will do our best. It's not this one. This one is just behind a wall. But above us is a grate. And I need to have Trico shoot that head from the suit of armor up through the grate using this catapult. And it needs to stay up there so that I can go up there and put it on a suit of armor. This is extremely difficult, and there is very little that I can do to control whether this happens or not. It's all physics and Trico. Where Helmet go? Did Helmet go? Okay, no. Helmet is here. Helmet is here. So hey, now is a great time to fully listen to this battle theme if you've never heard it in all of its glory. Here, Treeks, we're gonna move this just a little bit. I'm gonna need you to not step on it, please. So yeah, Trico's trying his best to help here, and usually he's just kind of really ruining everything. I think it went up. I didn't see it come back down. Let's check. Come on, Treeks. And there is a little bit of, like, an assistive thing where once the helmet gets up there, if it interacts, like if it crosses over a couple of invisible barriers, it'll kind of get yoinked off to the side. Which is very, very nice for our purposes. And it's up here. Second try? Are you kidding? Hold on. I'm not gonna do this. We are going to open up Trico's path to us first. Because I'm about to wake up a suit of armor, and I am gonna need his help. And then... no, not this one. I came up in a different direction than I usually would for an any percent, so... But for real though, second try is huge. That is ungodly fast. I was fully anticipating that we would spend about 10 minutes on this. Like anywhere from 20 to 30 tries is pretty common here. Hey Treeks, this armor is coming, buddy. I'm gonna let him grab me because it'll encourage Trico to fight. Nice little front punch there, dude. Oh, what a relief that that is over. Hey, buddy. Where are you at? Are you calm? Are you cool? We are going to eat in this hallway because I don't want it to fall through the grate. And then we just get to proceed. What is happening? I promise we're almost done with the fight music. It's still glitched. Usually we would have already reset. If this were an any percent, we would have already reset and the fight music would be gone. But in the case of giving barrels, like I explained at the beginning of the run, sometimes if you reset, the barrels don't count as given. And so we're not using the reset that we would in any percent. We have to go a little bit further. The fun thing is, if you don't reset and you just like continue to play the game without resetting checkpoint ever, it'll just keep like stacking music on top of itself until it becomes this horrible cacophony of noise. I got you, buddy. I got you. Here you go. So water puzzles are usually fairly consistent in terms of any percent. The fact that we have to give a barrel during this makes it more difficult. And this one can also be particularly challenging with Trico's AI. So what's actually happening, when we hit those levers, they're opening a door deep down in the water that we can't see. And that's our actual ultimate goal. A lot of casual players get stuck here because it's not at all clear that there's a door down there. So that's the first of 2 water puzzles. The second one is a bit longer. The problem is Trico's AI is designed to help us for this puzzle, which makes actually getting the barrel a little bit more difficult. Because Trico is really hard programmed to go to where he's currently standing because this is the solution for the puzzle. And if we try to get him to help us with the barrel right now, he's just going to be super distracted with trying to get back to where we need him to be to do this puzzle. So we do the puzzle first. He'll jump in the water. He'll make this big wave, which boosts us up here because there isn't a ladder for us to use. And I promise the fight music is almost gone. So now that the solution to go ahead is done, Trico is ready to listen to us. Which means that we can take him over here to where this barrel is. And I need to line him up. Come here, buddy. Buddy, you're kind of being a little bit of a troll. Being real slippery. So Trico needs to be ready to catch this. If Trico does not catch this barrel, for some reason, his AI just does not understand how to get it, and we'll have to reset the section. So we need to just be patient and be like triple sure that he's ready to catch this. Are you ready to catch this? Yes. Fantastic. It's because once he's in the water and he's swimming, like he doesn't have the foothold to do his little grabby animation, right? So if for some reason he misses, you're done for. You have to reset just so that you can try to feed him that barrel again. Alright, we are done with the water puzzles. Trico is just going, I am not but a small human with tiny lungs, so this is a problem. So he just kind of left me. Trico is not a very loyal friend. So you see, we still get the music is still happening. I'm gonna wait to stand and then checkpoint, and we'll get rid of the music. So there you go. Thank you for your patience. You don't have to listen to it anymore. And like I said, if this were in any percent, that music would have been long gone because we would have done a previous checkpoint reset. If I were trying to be super competitive right now, I would have just kept it going because we lost like 5 seconds on watching that cutscene again, but whatever, it's not a big deal. Now down here, over there, you can see there's an armor that doesn't have a head. That will be relevant in a little while. But for now, Trico is somewhere, we don't know, and we're by ourselves. Do I want to try to be cool? Yeah, I'll try to be cool. Oh, I'm so cool. This railing run was recently introduced by the TAS. Oh, I'm less cool. Alright, fine. Hey, I got to show it off at least. So we're just here again. I'll do it the right way this time. It takes a very particular angle to hop up onto that railing to not do like the slow arms out thing. But as you can see, there is some inherent risk with it. You go pretty far back. It's fine though. Like I said before, I do things for the swag. But this is the way you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to just hop up here, and then, as per usual, he'll hold his arms out, and you're guaranteed to make it across. It's just slow. This little shift here is what got us, where the line isn't, like, quite even. Alright. On the other side. So we've got some basic platforming to do. There's not much we can do without Trico, since he was a big part of our movement. Oh, well, there's my Google Home going off. Fast chain climbs, as always. And there's some feathers up here to show that we're getting a little bit closer to finding our friend again. There are some faster ways to get up through these vines. They're very, very specific, and at best, they save between half a second and a second, so not super concerned with it. Those are more for kind of task purposes. So we're supposed to climb this tree with the vines. Oh, okay. Female tree goes glitched. Doesn't matter. She's supposed to be chasing us. She was a little bit. But you're supposed to climb the tree and go across like a rope and do this whole platforming section. Partially because she was glitched and partially because of how I staggered my entrance into this area. She wasn't where she was supposed to be. And we can just skip half the puzzle. Timing here has to be exactly perfect. If we let her finish her jump on the previous side before we come through this hole, she'll meet us there and prevent us from going forward, and we have to lure her back to the other side. Which is why we pause for just a minute when we first enter that cave to make sure that she is in the middle of a jump before we proceed, because she has to finish that animation. You can make that jump without waiting for her head, it doesn't matter, because you can't make this one. So either way, you have to wait for her. I almost died. Nobody saw that. So just like that, our entire first half encounter with the female Trico is over, and she has caused us no problems. We have a helmet in this cage with us. That will be important later. She took a smidge longer to get into that scripted location than she was supposed to. There's nothing we can do to control that. And off we go. Sure, it doesn't matter where she throws us here, because she's receiving a radio signal. Her horns are resonating. And off she goes. She's so angry. 200% angry. So yeah, it doesn't matter where we are in the arena at this point, because the boy is going to say, it felt like I waited an eternity, and so we like kind of need to wait an eternity. It's on a timer, nothing that we do changes it, so we're just kind of here. But we were misled. We thought this was our Trico because we were following like the feathers, we could see the tail. And surprise, it was the Angie one that keeps just ruining our lives. So this is Cage Puzzle, notorious as the place that speedruns go to die. With all barrels specifically, it's really Coliseum barrel that kills things, and we're past that. But for any percent, Cage Puzzle and White Tower Skip are kind of like the big highlight points. Could you, I feel as though I have waited for an eternity. Could we actually... Please, could we do this? There we go. We got the camera pan. So this cage is really difficult to maneuver. You can see it's kind of diamond shaped instead of, you know, just a tube. So it's much more difficult to roll. And in a minute, we're going to have some complicating factors that make it even more difficult to get around to where we need to be in this cage. Once again, doesn't matter where I put this cage because we're about to reset. But you can see that I keep putting it in roughly the same area because this is where we're going to want to be. So this entire time we've been looking for our Trico, and he's been right here the whole time. Just off doing his own thing, I guess. But he's back. He's here to help. Hey, buddy. So we're gonna wait for him to turn and borf. Turn and borf, borf. Okay. Now, cage puzzle can actually begin. The reset kind of sucks in the sense that we're across the room and we have to navigate past Trico, but that went well. This is a good position for this cage to be in, and so now Trico is going to do his best to help us. Problem is, even his most earnest attempts are usually just very not good. Hi, buddy. Please don't move the cage, even though I know you want me to pet you. You ready to go? So I need him to push from the right, and I need him to push straight. That is all very difficult when you're a chicken dog with one brain cell. I know, bud. It's a tall ask. I get it. Alright, you ready? You ready? Push. Push, 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 push. Push straight. Push straight. Yes. Good job, dude. That was beautiful. And now we have to correctly, like, move the cage at this point to get it to go in basically a straight line. It never goes in straight lines, but... So that's part one, cage puzzle, done. Trico did a very good job, except for how long it took him to do the first push. But there's nothing that we could do to control that. Alright, so my leg is broken. So we have to walk it off before we can move this cage. And Trico's following us. We want to stay ahead of Trico as much as possible. Because we need open space to do this section without Trico being like right on our heels. In order to get this cage open, we have to take it over to where we used the first elevator, because we know that those little pads on the floor make these things open. So we're going to roll this into the pad that's across there on the right. I don't mind this positioning. This should be fine as long as Trico doesn't follow me immediately. Well, I'm changing my opinion. Our position got worse by being kicked off the side there. Trico's not going to give me enough time. I don't think he's going to come over and hit me right in the face. Oh, oh, alright. We're out of the way of Trico. Just go. Beautiful. That really was not bad. I broke my leg, so I reset. You don't have to reset there, but in the off chance you don't break your leg, you can just, like, continue to proceed. Otherwise, it's faster to reset than it is to walk it off. So there are some ways that that cage can launch across this chasm where you're stuck. And we were fortunate to get something that was workable. So now Trico's gonna sit down and complain that we haven't been feeding him enough, because of course. And that's when this helmet and this suit of armor matters, because there's a barrel behind here. And we finally connected all the dots. And this will be an additional barrel skip. I'm gonna wait for him to cast his Naruto ninjutsu. And then just step up here where we're not supposed to be able to walk. Because you're supposed to, like, take it over here, right? And walk up that broken part. And get caught by that guard like 5 times. But we just cheese our way up here. Beautiful. So we already have the barrel for Trico before the game has even told us that we need it. Here you go, friend.
Always.
Alright, he's up, and I'm going to give a very specific command here. You can never see it because it's behind his head, but I gave him a dual command where I'm facing in a very specific way and I'm like oriented correctly with the correct command. He's going to do multiple things based on one command. And that helps streamline everything because his AI is going to find the fastest way to facilitate that instead of doing a command, pausing and waiting for me, doing another command, you know. So it's faster to do this when possible. Where can I adopt a Trico of my own? See, in order to get your Trico handling license, you also need to go on an epic quest that involves death-defying leaps across giant chasms. Are you willing to do such a thing? Are you willing to be launched by a giant Trico in order to own a Trico? I didn't make the rules. Anything for Trico. Sometimes Trico will be real good and do this whole section by himself. Other times, like today, he doesn't know how to put one foot in front of the other without my help. You got this, dude. There you go. But finally, we're getting out of this cave. We've been stuck here ever since Trico abandoned me in the water puzzle. And now we can finally get back out into the sunlight. Hey buddy, did you pay attention to what I said? There you go. This part always scares me. It shouldn't, because the risk of this happening is so small. But one of our runners, Aiden Umferson, when Trico was jumping through this hole, he got so unlucky, and Trico like phased the boy into this mountain, and he was just stuck inside the rocks, and there was nothing he could do about it. So ever since, I have been utterly terrified that any of my runs can just end by becoming one with the wall. But that's just kind of the way this game rolls. I think most runners who have done runs for a while have encountered some kind of them-specific nightmare. I've had cutscenes, well not cutscenes, the scripted events play where like the boy is on rails correctly, but Trico is like glitched out. And so it doesn't work correctly. It's always wild. You ready, Treeks? Okay. Good job. Onward, friend. I should have given you the jump command instead of the forward command. Just kidding. Try that instead. Is that better? Yes. Again, it comes down to knowing Trico. I was kind of tangentially paying attention and I was like, oh yeah, forward. And then I remembered that Trico understands up better here. So there's our white tower again. We're within view of the top at least. So we're making our way downtown. And that's after the Lady Trico so rudely punched us right in the face and knocked us down. Yes, that's very true. I was Trico nudging you down the shaft right before the end on PB pace. There is basically the final encounter of the game. There are holes in the floor, and I was on world record pace by 3 minutes. And I finished that entire encounter, and then Trico, in an attempt to save me and help me, pushed me into one of those holes. And if he had done it at any other point in that encounter, it would have been fine. But because of when he did it, I lost 3 minutes. And I came behind world record by 4 seconds because he knocked me down that hole. That was one of my kryptonite moments, but everybody kind of has their own. I had another one where I was on world record pace by 7 minutes, and then Trico decided to stare at the floor. He got really confused. It was at the section where we've already been there, right before the Coliseum, where I was running through that hallway trying to open the door for Trico before the armor got me, and then Trico like used his head to bash the door open. That armor is on the other side of that door before you get in the hallway. It's just that you can't see it through the slats in the door. So Trico, his AI kind of bugged out, and he was perceiving that armor as being there, even though it wasn't supposed to be yet, which caused him to be completely unwilling to move and just stare at the armor through the wall for 7 minutes. It was actually closer to 10 minutes. Like, no amount of doing anything could get him to move from that spot. So sometimes he just kind of goes weird. Here's another one of those cages. Remember these? Trico ate me the last time we found one. So I teleport Trico over here. This time, there are 2 guards on the floor, which is thankfully going to encourage Trico to come down here and help me, because, you know, I'm his friend. He doesn't want me to get hurt. And we're going to stand right here. Once again, we want to be right where Trico is facing so that he doesn't have to bounce around and look for me. Yoink. We get maunched, because that's just what happens when we go into these cages. Now, there's going to be a really long scripted event. It takes, I want to say, like 4 minutes. It's not a cutscene, so I can't skip it. But it is lovely. Really great character building for Trico. But since it's so long while he does this, since I can't skip it, I'm going to get up and stretch my legs because I have been sitting for 2.5 hours. Get a drink, everybody, if you need a drink, and I will be back in probably like 45 seconds.
Ayu rabo oti ukaya anetu tara ate de keda lozi adatu onozi awo kuku o mara genara wo so inaku bastizi awizi.
I am back. If you are not subbed to the channel, you are back after the commercial break, probably. I don't know if they're the same for everybody. But poor Trico here, he's realizing that, you know, maybe you shouldn't keep eating your best friend. Because this time, I'm not really waking up. And he's trying to figure out what he can do to help me. And nothing is working. I love that he's like, well, maybe if I put him in the sun, he'll feel better. But then, as soon as he puts me in the sun, he stands over me so that his shadow is, like, completely blocking the sun. Yeah, no, the boy should just be liquid at this point for all the more he ragdolls around. And then he tries to drown me. But to his credit, I suppose, it works. I always try to leave the camera on him because he's so happy that he managed to save us. Now, if only he would learn his lesson and not keep swallowing me. Alright, so we are heading into White Tower section. One of the most important skips in the run, whether it's all barrels, any percent, doesn't matter. As well as Mine Skip, which is one of the most recently found skips. Very difficult, but if you get it, it saves a huge amount of time. And thankfully, we don't really have a choice to be standing in here and waiting anyway, so you basically just get to try Mine Skip for free as many times as you want. Just like at the beginning of the game with Ledge Jump, we're just trying to get a super boost off of this rock. And if we don't get it, it's no different than what a regular run would be anyway. We're getting very close, though. There it is. Beautiful. So we don't have to wait for Trico to stick his head through this door anymore. And I can actually tell you how much time that saved in just a second. Saved 37 seconds. And that was obviously considering that I didn't get it the first couple tries, which would have saved significantly more, so it's a nice little skip. It just requires the game to kind of incorrectly calculate physics for a hot second. Are you so clutch at Mine Skip and marathons? Right? The only time that I have ever gotten Mine Skip is during marathons. 3 marathons in a row, I have gotten Mine Skip. And those are the 3 times that I have ever gotten Mine Skip. Never just in an actual run that I'm doing on my channel. It's the pressure! I think a lot of people cried at this game. It depends on how much you actually care about Trico, but... when you have an entire game focused on you and your best buddy, yeah, I think you know that that's gonna tug at the heartstrings a little bit. So we asked Trico to go through this real tiny tunnel. It was too small for him, and he caved it in on himself. But if I had been able to wrangle the camera there, you would have been able to see that the rocks were moving and Trico is still breathing. He's fine. Well, I wouldn't say fine, but he's okay. There's White Tower off in the distance. We'll deal with that in a second. There's only so much I can do to help Trico with this fight. You know, the camera's all over the place, and as the little boy, I can't actually knock these guys over. I can get one of them to the edge, so that if Trico chooses to smack him, he will at least smack him off the edge, instead of just knock him to the ground. There you go. So that's the best I can do to make this fight go a little bit faster. For some reason, Trico is just really not good at this fight. The any % world record has an amazing fight here, and nobody knows how it happened. Because there's really just not much you can control. It's really dangerous for me to be standing in front of this blue door as well. We haven't really talked about it, but the purpose of the armors, why they're trying to catch me, is to take me through that blue door. And if they succeed, I will die. So it's risky to stand right in front of it because then you get caught and you don't have time to save yourself before you go through the door. So coming up we have White Tower skip here. It's difficult to see from here, but there are 2 eyeballs over on the top of that platform over there. Trico's not going to jump through them, so I need to find a way to destroy them. You're supposed to do a bunch of platforming to go around the outside of the White Tower, because that will take you to a staircase that takes you to those eyeballs. That takes a couple minutes to do, and it's dangerous. It's easy to die because of the way that the platforms are programmed. Like their collision doesn't match their visuals. So instead we're going to do White Tower skip, hopefully. Which relies on us using these V shapes underneath the bridge to get to places that we're not supposed to be standing. It is, without question, one of the most difficult tricks in the run. It's one of the last things that people tend to learn, but it also saves multiple minutes. Ouch. It just splat right on my face. Trico, please don't knock me off. Thank you. So ideally, a good White Tower skip is going to take us right from the bottom straight to the top in basically a vertical line, instead of going all the way around the outside of this White Tower. And there's a couple ways you can do this. Kind of depends on the runner and their preferences. I'm going to do the same side method, but you can also jump across if that's easier. But here's these V's that I was talking about. We want to be inside the V. The boy doesn't, though. Alright, so we're in the V. Not supposed to be standing here. You can see that because I'm standing on nothing. We run up. Grab this platform. We have to walk forward a little bit because we're not supposed to be here and there is no collision. And then we're at the top. And we just saved approximately 4 minutes of going around the outside of the White Tower. no matter what I do, I can't dismiss these prompts. And I can only walk up to this point. So we just kind of let things play out. This is another scripted event. I have, however, had Trico leave me behind here, which glitched the game. So there's always the possibility that something could go wrong. Well, at least Trico caught me this time. One of my most cherished clips on my channel is his AI failing to, like, fire during this cutscene. So the boy was still showing as flying through the air as if he was in Trico's mouth, but Trico was just standing in the background staring at me wide-eyed, not doing anything. And eventually the boy just kind of, like, went off the rails and did, like, a Beyblade spin off into the distance because the game was messed up. It was very fun, even though it was a long section to have to replay. So I could climb Trico's head. I'm not going to, because checkpoint resetting is faster and takes us right up onto this platform. The intended way to get to Trico from here to jump across these, like, gargoyle things sticking out of the building. Ideally, we're not going to do that because there's a small cutscene that plays that shows one of them breaking and allowing me to fall onto Trico, so instead, I'm just going to skim across the front of the building and grab his head. It's faster as long as you grab his head. If you fall past him and grab his tail, it's slower than just using the gargoyle method. But it still looks cool. I mean, who cares about time when you can look cool? Hello. So he's here. He's ready to catch me. I'm going to give him just a second. Make sure that he's all calibrated. Because again, I don't want to be dropped. And since it's scripted and not a cutscene, he can definitely drop me there. So yeah, Trico faced his fears. He jumped across some eyeballs, even though he's real afraid of them, because he knew that I was in trouble. So now we are entering into my favorite section of the game. Don't judge me. It's very emotionally investing, I would say. It was my favorite in my first playthrough, and it has remained my favorite through speedruns and everything. However, Trico kind of messed up a little bit, because we're trying to get to the White Tower, right? And we were basically there, and then all of a sudden, he broke the bridge. To be fair, it was because he was trying to save me, but now we need to find a different way to the White Tower, because he messed everything up. Trico just likes breaking things, you know? Hey, buddy. This is one of the most time-committed barrels in the game to go get, because this is a lot of stairs. Where's my barrel? Up. Yeah, Trico breaks things all the time, and he breaks them with vigor. it's not Trico's fault, it's Ueda's fault because Ueda loves old architecture and crumbling architecture. So any opportunity that he has to throw that in, you bet he's gonna. There's a much faster way to get this barrel to Trico, but if it doesn't work, you lose so much time. If you stand in a very specific position and call Trico in a very specific way, you can drop the barrel from where you find it straight down, and it will land without bouncing. Oh, Trico, I don't like this. It'll land without bouncing right in front of Trico, but if it bounces at all, it just goes off into the abyss, and it's gone. So it's really not worth doing, unless you're 100% sure it's gonna work. Hi! I got something for you. Honey, if you want me to throw this barrel to you while you're standing on a slope, you better catch this. Thank you. Otherwise that barrel was going down the stairs and off into nowhere. Now normally, for any percent, I have a little trick here called the thing. It's called the thing because I was the one that named it and I'm not very creative. But I'm not risking the thing because it's really easy to die. And if we die, we have to get that barrel again. So instead, we're just going to ride Trico over. Now, most people don't know that you can do this. But actually, if you give Trico very specific commands from a very specific spot, he will not just jump these pillars one by one. Instead, he will completely misunderstand what I asked him to do. Isn't that a cool trick? No, actually, he will, yep, just totally misunderstand what I asked him to do. Chico, I'm trying to show something cool, dude. What a guy. He's gonna do it. Like, he's setting up to do it. He's being a goober. He'll spin in just a second. Right? Okay. Here we go. He'll fly instead of jumping the pillars, which is supposed to be faster. And if you look down below, that's where we did drawbridge skip approximately 2 hours ago. I love this dumb giant child. He's the best. Like, that's what I keep saying. Every single run is unique and special and full of shenanigans because Trico never does the same thing twice. Mort is actually on cam, like in the little camera section, but for some reason the camera like part of the overlay wasn't working, so he's not visible, but he's here in spirit. For those, I suppose, unfamiliar, Mort is my lizard. He is almost always the one who's on camera during my streams. And I often have him on for marathons as well. Alright, Trico's gonna take care of that fight. And I am gonna take care of this eyeball before he even notices it. Alright, so this is my favorite part of the game. Both speedrun and just like general. Hi, Treeks! It doesn't probably look like that much is happening in the context of the speedrun, but there is a ton of stuff as a runner that we need to focus on in this section. Here's our friend again! Poor Trico, you know, he's trying his best. He's just not very good at this. Alright, so we can start moving during the cutscene. We're gonna knock the floor out from under her, and I'm gonna pop the camera so that I can regain control of my character during the cutscene. She's gonna go, the bridge will pop up and catch me, and then I'm gonna meet her on the floor, middle of her back, so that I can hitch myself over by this lantern. That's the fastest way to grab her tail. Alright, that was an attempt to grab the lever during a cutscene. The way that the boy is mapped is very weird, so that's not unusual that didn't work. Oh, that's bad though. You really need to be through there very quickly. I need to get through their limbs, and I need to do it right now. Oof. Okay. Very spooky. Spending any amount of extra time on that grate causes you to not really have enough time to get through their legs. So you're supposed to have fallen down with them, which is what I was afraid we were gonna do. And then you climb up a chain while the other Trico is like shaking and making it very difficult. Or we just do this wall hang thing that I did and end up at the top of the chain. As soon as we have the opportunity, we jump down onto— oh boy, I might be dead. Yep. That was predictable. That was a little bit of physics shenanigans. Nothing we could do about that. What happened, what I was going to explain, was we jumped down on Trico in a very specific place. Because there are no grab mechanics while this cutscene is playing. So we jumped down here so that we're just standing flat. Because as you might have seen, Trico, like, I magnetized to his elbow, which was fine before the cutscene, but once the cutscene started, all of the grab mechanics, like, stopped working, which meant that I just slid off of Trico. Nothing that I could do about that because it had to do with how the game predicted where the boy should be grabbing. So, it's alright. Yeah, I got sniped. Okay, this is a lot of spears. I'm gonna pull one. It's actually good to see spears at this point. And I will explain why in just a minute. First, we gotta pet Trico, because he's not feeling so good. So hey, surprise! This is where this went from the beginning of the game. The first time Trico ate me, he ate the mirror as well, and when he barfed me back out, the mirror didn't come with it. So now we have this thing back. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to destroy this. This is where an armor is standing. We don't need to destroy that now, and in fact you're meant to destroy it later. But I will in fact destroy it now. Because when Trico is hopping up to get us out of here, he's supposed to encounter those armors and then he'll get angry and we'll fight him and all that. But if I destroy them now, including this one, Trico won't even know that they existed, and so he won't get angry, and that saves a lot of time in us calming him down. Boy, could you, like, get your act together for a hot second? So we have Hold On Trico, I'll pull it out, which was basically a guarantee. So this is the point in the game where the game does a spear check. It checks how well you've been taking care of Trico by how many spears he has in him. If you hear the boy say, "Hold on Trico, I'll pull it out," that means you have too many spears to progress, and you need to pull some of them out, or else you'll never be able to make any forward progress. Like, it just won't trigger the cutscene. I'm gonna not look at that debris so that it despawns. So that's why it's good to see spears, because sometimes the game will say, "Hold on Trico, I'll pull it out," which means you need to pull out spears, but Trico's laying on all of them, and so you can't reach them, and that means you need to reset to reshuffle where the spears are. So I'm going to pull one additional spear. And then we'll give him barrels. And we'll see if that fulfills the game's requirement. If not, we'll come back and pull more. Because he has at least one more, if not two. In his general butt region. And usually it's not too cumbersome to remove the spears. So like in the context of the previous fight where Trico was being pelted with spears like constantly, it's not worth it to spend extra time pulling them out as he gets them. Because there's a chance that some of them will fall out as he falls and you won't even get, hold on Trico, I'll pull it out. And if you do, then just pull out the spear real quick because Trico's not moving and there's not this other Trico trying to eat his face and making it more difficult, you know, so. You just kind of accept what happens there. He has to take one barrel at a time. As of yet, I have been unable to find a way to get him to eat more than one at once. And he has to put his head down in between each one. And he has to take them from your hands. It's almost impossible to get him to eat these if you put them on the ground in front of him. He can, but it's really, really difficult. So if we get a camera zoom out here, that means that we've passed the spear check. I'm gonna head to his butt anyway. Yeah, no zoom out, so we need to take this spear. And then it should pop the camera. Yep, there it goes. Don't rush the sick baby. You really can't rush the sick baby. So, fun fact, depending on how you do this section, this cutscene will actually be different. It can be daytime, it can be nighttime. It depends on what you do. I chose to explode the minecart, which had 2 barrels, using Trico's lightning. But if you climb the minecart, like physically with your hands, it'll still fall, but it'll fall on you, and it'll knock you out. And so you get knocked out overnight, and then it's like during the day that the rest of it happens. So what you do kind of changes how the stuff progresses. Trico, let me out. Let me out, dude. So you can see that's where that armor was. Trico would be very upset. But that armor is already destroyed because I took the time to destroy it during the previous section. So he doesn't get angry, we don't have to fight it, it saves a lot of time. So Trico knows how to go uppies. He would usually need help with this, but since we destroyed the armors already, he'll just self-navigate this section. And when we get a little bit further, he'll actually look in the wrong direction. I think it's just a mistake with his programming. He'll look the wrong direction, but he'll make the correct jump, which is kind of weird. but... And we are now in the pink sky section. I do believe this is supposed to be like super early morning. Which means we're closing in on the end of the game. Pink sky is the last thing that it's gonna be. So I want Trico to look at me. I can't have him looking at me from over his shoulder. He needs to spin. Good. For some reason, in this section only, Trico will not shoot his tail if his butt is facing you. His head has to be facing you. I don't know why. But you may notice that Trico now shoots like plasma balls instead of just a consistent stream of lightning. And that's because, without really like watching the cutscenes or anything, it was kind of difficult to tell, but in addition to his horns being broken at the beginning, the tip of Trico's tail was also ripped off. So his lightning like wasn't working correctly, and now his tail is fully regrown. Where are you? So he can shoot lightning the way he's supposed to now. Also, we're in another cage, and if memory serves, it's gonna happen. Hey, Treeks. Come on, buddy. But now, for the first time, we have the mirror while we're inside one of these cages. And good job, Trico. You were able to face your fears. No munching shall be had this time around. And now we get to do early mirrors. Oh, this section. Also, look at the lighting. One of my favorite things. Stop, Treeks. Alright, so I need to make a blind shot on this eyeball. Feels like it hit. Yeah, you can see the bits. It's really, really easy for Trico to either step on you and knock you off or interrupt the beam of the mirror by walking into you or standing in front of it. And remember from earlier, if that beam is interrupted, we have to start over as far as like recharging thing. So it's going to be interrupted here. And Trico might step on me. Shoot before it spins, buddy. Nice, beautiful. I could not have asked for a better early mirrors. That saved 42 seconds. That was literally perfect. To go. There was no interruptions. We hit everyone on the first try. For some reason, in this section in particular, when you try to blow those up with lightning, sometimes the lightning hits and you can see like the molten hot spot where it hit, but the thing like doesn't explode. Ours has to do with like the center of the lightning balls hitting perfectly along the seam between two textures on the object. But sometimes it just feels like it does it just because it wants to troll you, so who knows. There's White Tower over in the distance. We're almost at the... or level with the top at least. But Trico did a really good job. No steppies. No trollco. Do one of my regulars in chat have a trollco to throw out there? To prevent a cursed run later. To prevent me from falling through the floor once again. Thanks, Javiel. So everything about this has been great, which makes me suspicious. We've gotten all these eyeballs exactly as we're supposed to. Chico's being super responsive. Now these are two towers that are facing each other. And we're going to be going back and forth across them. This section is meant to be a challenge of your ability to control Trico, because the spaces are very tight and you need to be very specific with your commands. Just like before, I'm going to destroy these armors like way in advance. A clear shot right now, and if Trico doesn't see them, see, that's exactly what I was talking about. You can see that it hit, but it didn't explode. If Trico doesn't have an opportunity to see these, can we explode this thing, please? Okay. I guess it was just that I was doing commentary while trying to explode one of them. That was my greatest fault, apparently. If Trico doesn't have the opportunity to see those armor, then he won't get angry, and we won't have to calm him down, and that'll save a lot of time. Ideally, we don't want Trico to run here, but he's obviously going to. His wings are saying that he is. Because walking is actually faster. He picks up speed quite fast when he's just walking. I don't think I'm dropping frames. Is anybody else noticing? Weird. Maybe my internet's still wonky after the weather yesterday. I don't know if they got the giant gazebo out of the power lines, but could just be me. We had like a little, not like super severe, but we had a tiny little tornado hit our street yesterday, and somebody's garage-sized gazebo ended up tangled in our power lines, so it could absolutely be that my internet cables are just wonky outside. Or like somebody's trying to fix something and they're messing with them, you know? Alright, so that section with the gargoyles, always very scary. Super so it's very punishing. So yeah, Trico, if you recall, when we were doing White Tower skip, completely destroyed the bridge that was leading up to the White Tower. And that means we need to figure out a different way to get to the White Tower. So what we're doing with these two towers that are facing each other, we're going to be going back and forth to get higher and higher in an attempt to make a new bridge to White Tower. So the higher we go, the closer we are to getting to where we need to be. And there's White Tower. As you can see, we're kind of almost there. We do, however, still have one very spooky barrel left up our sleeve. We have 3 barrels left, I do believe. And one of them requires Trico's cooperation, and, you know, anytime Trico's involved, there can be shenanigans. Yeah, it is kind of weird, isn't it? Like, if you watch the cutscenes and you kind of explore outside of just doing the story, and you like walk around and look at stuff, you can see that this place wasn't just built for people. Like there have always been Tricos hanging around here. So you would think they would have built the structures kind of a little more Trico-proof. Assuming that they would be walking on them. So even though Trico's facing the wrong direction, he is listening to me. One of the biggest mistakes that people make when they play this casually, they get super frustrated with Trico because he's not listening, but they don't give him enough time to actually do what he's trying to do. Like as soon as he turned around, they would have been like, no, no, this way, and then he gets really confused. Oh, PC port would be amazing. I would mod this game so much. I would give it a chapter select, number 1. But, I don't know. Turn Trico into Thomas the Tank Engine. Whatever. You make the barrels give him cool abilities. I don't know. More than anything, what I would want to do is create a chapter select so that we could do like a Last Guardian GeoGuessr kind of thing. Where you just like, you know, have a picture of a place and the first person to go there and stand in front of it like wins. Oh, that would be so much fun. So we could have destroyed this from down below, and different players will do this different ways. My experience is that Trico is almost always in the way when you're trying to shoot it from below. And so it's faster. Cool. I don't actually have to destroy that though. As long as the armor is dead, Trico will move on. So... Trico, don't be weird, okay? Cause yeah, I'm like Lord of the meme runs for this game. I've done basically every meme run you can imagine, and I want more, which means that I need mods. I've done like runs where you can only be looking at Trico. Runs where you're only doing everything from Trico's tail. I've done where the camera is inverted and my controls are inverted. Like, I've done so many things with this game. It's so much fun. Yep, follow every prompt. That was a good one because it tells you to let go when you're over every single chasm all the time, always. Spent 15 minutes falling into a hole before the game finally gave up. Catch me! You didn't. Well, it's okay. As long as I'm on him, it's fine. It's really common. Don't do it. It's really common to try to land on Trico's head there. And you do, but because his head is a flat plane where you're supposed to be standing instead of grabbing, then you just slip off and fall to your death. See, that's another thing that I want to do. Like, I want to just swap the boys and Trico's model so that there's just this horrifying four-legged giant human carrying around this super teeny tiny Trico. Oh yeah, we need Kratos so that we could just spam boy in chat. Alright, speaking of, boy, get up here. So this doesn't have a barrier behind the lever, which means as long as Trico is being kind to me, I can fall out during the cutscene. Trico! He wasn't being kind, in fact. He Deliberately moved his butt so that I wouldn't land on him. It's alright. It's worth trying multiple times because it takes a while to climb back down this tower. There, that should be fine. That's what was supposed to happen. Yeah, Trico just hears like a thwomp. And he's like, oh, what was that? Alright, so we should cue some music here if this is behaving correctly. Trico's acting as if it is. Alright, we want to be on his head. Ideally between his horns. This is probably fine. So we didn't make a bridge to the White Tower, but we made a bridge long enough that Trico could have a running start to do a very fantastic glide to the White Tower. So we're here! We finally made it! After the entire game, we have made it to the White Tower, and things are about to get real hectic, real fast. Getting grabbed is not really how you want this fight to start. Trico, don't kill me. Thank you. It's fine. It's fine. So, Trico and I need to work together very carefully to get these fights over with as fast as possible. And there's a lot of things that I can do to help him with that. First of all, I'm going to take out these guys, because if Trico gets distracted by an enemy that's above him, it's really hard to regain his attention. You can see this guy coming toward me. I'm not worried about him, because my shield will stop him and make him turtle down. That is an intentional mechanic. If you shine your shield at the enemies, they'll turtle up like this. You love it. You love to see it. You love to see when Trico's lightning misses. Twice. Alright, how are we doing? We got one guy down here. That's fine. We need to have one guy remaining so that I can get down here, because coming out of this door is going to be a soldier with a shield. Those eyeball shields that are real spooky, and we don't want Trico to see them. But, oh, that guy's done for. If I'm standing here when the next phase starts, this door will open, I'll startle that guy, and he'll drop his shield inside the door. Then the door will close, and he won't be able to go back and get it. And we're actually going to use that mechanic a second time here in just a bit. Alright, and we threaded the needle, got both of those guys. That's why I aimed the mirror where I did. Trico might just take care of this one on his own. Depends on if he grabs with his mouth. Well, that works too. If Trico can push these guys close enough to the edge, we can just knock them down. I'm gonna try to... I was trying to thread the needle again. Get that beam to hit both of them. It wasn't quite lined up, sadly. Okay, that guy's just standing on air, so I'm not really sure where to aim. Trico, you gonna interrupt the beam here? Good enough. Alright. Cool. Now, we're gonna very intentionally do this in a weird way. I'm running past a barrel. Because this barrel is the more difficult one to get. I need to find it first. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Come here, Treeks. Come here. Trico can be an absolute troll biscuit. For this barrel specifically. And so can the boy, to be fair. So we need Trico's tail to fall, and I fall with it. Okay, so step number 1, fantastic. That actually worked. Step number 2, we need to not die. Okay. Things are turning up, Sable. Step number 3, I still need to not die. Cool. Step number 4. Don't die. That's all the steps. Every step is don't die. I was doing an all barrels race once with Yuzu, another very good Last Guardian runner. And we were really neck and neck, like within probably 15 seconds of each other at this point. And I brought this barrel up to Trico, and he punched it out of my hands and into this giant chasm. And I was like, yeah, thanks, dude. You know, no. I'm not even walking up this direction. He's standing right there. Flashbacks. We're going up this way. And we're going toward the back as well. Hey, buddy. Here, look what I got. Look at this. What is this? You want some? Yeah. Good job. Okay. So yes, it's less ideal to walk back here and then go backwards to get the other barrel, but it's so easy to die doing this barrel. And if you do, you have to go do this first barrel again as well because it respawns, which is why I chose to do it in the order that I did. Post-Trico stress disorder. I mean, it permanently changed the way I do this run, so... Now watch, because I did it in this order, this barrel will go flying off into the distance. You just watch. You know it. Both of these barrels are so stressful every time, because both of them, it's so easy to just lose them off a ledge. Okay. Okay, Trico. I'm gonna throw this, and you're gonna either catch it or it's gonna bounce off your face. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thanks, Treeks. Good job, dude. He doesn't usually catch that, so that's actually really nice. Let's go, friendo. At the very least, I was gonna bounce it off of his eyes. Or off of his, we call it a buzzle. His beak muzzle. To get it to stay, like, away from the edge. I will take some of the spears out of him. There's a section coming up where I will have the opportunity to do that. Oops. Oh, seriously? Really? This hint, the plinth seemed as almost as if to house the mirror. During a platinum % run, we have to get all the hints, and getting that one to trigger is, like, impossible. And of course, it's not platinum %, so it just showed up. Alright, so the way that you're supposed to do this is you get Trico in here, he sits down, you drag his tail through one of these gaps, and then you go down like that. That's called elevator skip, where we do none of that. And it saves quite a lot of time. Now, physics. This is where physics really matters. These guys are all standing in front of, again, that buzzword, plinths. And we need to get them to not be standing in front of them, which means I need to wake these guys up and get them moving. There's going to be 4 following me. And Trico's tail is now down in one of the holes. You can see it there in the middle. So. Oh, you. I stepped away to try to stop that from happening. Again, that's what happens when everything is on the circle button. The boy was attempting to put the mirror inside the plinth rather than just using the mirror. But anyway, we need these guys' helmets to explode in such a way that they go and activate the other suits of armor. That's kind of the ideal way for it to happen. But that's, you know, entirely... Whoop, hello. Entirely physics and what the game decides to do, and I have no control over that. Donk. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, one of them worked. One of them went flying to activate this guy. In a perfect world, the boy doesn't attempt to grab one of those plinths. And you have 4 armors congregated like around a doorway. Trico shoots 1 shot, 2 helmets fly in opposite directions, wake both of those other armors up, you take a 2nd shot, and then everybody's done. Like, that's the perfect iteration of that, but it doesn't obviously always happen that way, and that's fine. So we're activating the pieces of the door that's above Trico's head. If we had tried to use the elevator, we would have gotten stuck on that door, so that's why we're here. Now, cool fact that most people don't know, it's actually good to have one of these guys remaining. You don't have to wake both of them up, as long as there's only one left. He's gonna come toward me. I can actually activate this plinth using just the light from the mirror, which means I don't need to kill that final guard. Plus, my favorite reset in the game, because it's a big teleport. You don't have to climb Trico's tail, you just teleport right back into the elevator with Trico. So yeah, this is the part I was talking about before, where there's holes in the floor. How Trico killed one of my world records by knocking me into one. This is the biggest fight in the game. We should be expecting 3 waves. Sometimes the game can glitch out and you get 2 or 4. But by and large, it's 3. And we need to manage this very carefully. That guy behind me is fine. I'm gonna regroup over here. So again, Trico and I working together. There are guys up above that I'm going to target while I have the opportunity. If somebody catches me, it's fine. Beautiful. I'm likely to get caught here, which again is fine. Well, it would have been better if you would have killed... Okay. I rescind my statement. Trix, hun, I need you to be out of my way. We actually killed both of those suits of armor up above with 1 shot. That's beautiful. They weren't even close to each other. Alright, now I want to be hanging out close to this door, because when Trico takes this guy down, we're going to have the same thing happen as before. I need to startle that guy to get him to drop his shield. Problem is, there's another one over here, and it's real hard to get to him in time. So we're going to hope that Trico shoots, and we can destroy this mirror at the same time. Okay, I think the mirror literally vaporized, or the shield vaporized, so good enough for me. Because anybody can pick those up. It's not just the guy they came out with. Dreeks, I got it, buddy. You just focus on somebody else. It's really dangerous for me to be in front of this door. But this should be the final suit of armor, so... Glorious! Alright, assuming no more accidental fourth phase. Get out of the middle, buddy. And that was a really good fight, actually. That was just about as close to ideal as you're gonna get. And we saved 1 minute and 23 according to the splits that I'm using. So one final barrel is going to be in this, the room of no frames. There are too many barrels on the ground, so it stutters something fierce. But yeah, things are about to get weird story-wise. There's our final barrel for our all barrels. The frames. Come on, Treeks. I got something for you. One final snacko. Yeah. Good job, buddy. Alright, now while Trico climbs this, or, you know, just blatantly ignores me, either one, if he still has spears in him, I'll take them out. You got spears, friendo? Seems like he shook them all out. I guess I can show you, however. Let me pick a spot. Yeah, okay, so like right here on his back, you can see he has a little blood spot. But if I pet it, or rather if he lets me. There you go, buddy. Eventually. There we go. The blood will go away. So you can pet his blood off. Make him feel better. It smooths his feathers and everything. Trico took the longest possible way up here that he could. He took the way that has like 5 or 6 jumps. But that's alright, because I still ended up where I needed to be. There's no reason to follow him all the way to the end. As soon as you can get into one of these tunnels, like, he can just go off and do whatever he wants. It's fine. So yeah, we got this thing now. This is the Master of the Valley. Presumably this is the thing that's been, you know, sending out the signals to the Tricos. Like when that angry Trico was battering me around in the cage, or when my Trico was eating me. Presumably this is the guy that's sending them the signals to do that. It's real cold in here. And his tower, like this location, sits directly on top of where we got the mirror, which we got from a thing that looks like a sarcophagus that is made up of 16 pieces, right next to a pool that looks identical to the one from Shadow of the Colossus. So, for those who have played that game, make of that what you will. So this is a gigantic fan. Trico is underneath it. So I need to stop it in order to give him a chance to get out. And he should come across and then hopefully out. There he goes. Is he? He's pooping! Trico pooped! In a marathon! Oh, we got poops! This run is blessed! Yes! Oh, I'm so excited. That never happens. That's the rarest thing that Trico can do. So anyway, Trico poops. There's a trophy for watching Trico poop, like catching him in the act of pooping. And when we do platinum percent, which is the run where we have to get all the trophies, poop is the trophy that dictates whether or not that run is completable. Because you have no control over poop, and even if Trico poops, you have to see him do it in order to get the trophy. It is ridiculously difficult. So it's kind of a huge deal anytime he poops in any context. That being said, Cheville is exactly right. That was literally the last moment that he could have pooped. Because he's not able to poop during any of these other small movement sections. So poop and then doing the scripted thing to go to the cutscene is the final couple seconds where he can poop. I'm sorry, just joined. What a great time to join. So you can even see his little poops just hanging out over there. Soylent Green is people. So we've got probably 5 minutes until time, just to give adequate warning. A lot of this final stuff is going to be cutscenes, but we do still have a little bit of gameplay, which is why time hasn't stopped. So there goes my mirror, rolling off into the distance. Trico's just really not good at this. He really cares, and he really tries. He's just not really very good at protecting me. We'll soon reach the tail end of the story. Oh no. I'm resetting the checkpoint because my leg was broken, and it takes longer to walk it off, and it's much more dangerous with all these Trigos. Than just doing the checkpoint reset. So there's nothing I can do to make this section go faster. The developers even confirmed, like, this just will play out the way that it is. So just like with our Trico, this Trico is doing a scripted scene. He has certain targets that he needs to go through. The first one is to go around this tower. And we just kind of have to wait for him to flap himself out a little bit. But it's actually quite cool if you spend the time and risk to go and look at all these Tricos. They all have different, like, colors and patterns. They're not just like the same copied Trico model over and over again. And there's actually a trophy for touching all of them. It's called Cryptozoologist. Almost there. He's just gonna circle around here to the right and then we'll be there. Alright, that was actually a pretty decent throw off of that Trico. It's random every time how you get thrown. Sometimes it can throw you like right into his feet and then he just stomps you for like 30 seconds. So poor Trico got the tip of his tail ripped off. Alright, we're gonna be coming up on time here. Less than a minute. So even though Trico's tail isn't attached to his body anymore, it still works. And so we are gonna put an end to this rude guy in here. Really nice tail drop landed on my feet. Time is gonna end when we hit the master. It might not be on the first hit, so I will call it out. Yep, okay, time. I didn't actually expect it to be on the first hit. It's usually not, because it usually hits the cage first. But yeah, so that was the last Guardian. We got every barrel to feed to Trico. We exploded the master because he was being a meanie head. We did some pets. Thank you everybody for the donations. And we got poops. So our run was truly blessed. I'll leave these cutscenes playing for as long as, you know, we need them for the next runner to get set up, but thanks for having me, everybody. I hope you had fun. So yeah, we've got a little bit of time to watch cutscenes. We destroyed the master, who was presumably controlling all these Tricos, so... The difference is that our Trico I mean, if you watch the cutscenes throughout the game. Our Trico doesn't have his helmet anymore, right? Like, we helped him take it off at the beginning of the game. And also his horns were broken. So, presumably he didn't have the same connection to the Master that all the other Tricos did. So, when they all got hurt, when the Master exploded, our Trico didn't. That's where we got the mirror. There's that sarcophagus. But yeah, as always, I appreciate people hanging out for this run. It's so comfy. There's our poops in the background. I love this game so much. If running this game interests you, we have a very, very welcoming Discord community. It's all 3 Team Eco games together. Shadow of the Colossus, Eco, and The Last Guardian. So we're all super friendly. We have a ton of guides. It's really easy to get started. If you don't have time for a long Last Guardian run, because these runs are long, we have individual levels. We have like shorter stuff that's like an hour or less. Some of the individual levels are like 3 minutes. So just trying to make it accessible for people to spend time with Trico. Yeah, right, the ragdoll physics. If the boy isn't injured, he is now. And there's that other Trico that was mean to us. We broke her horns too when we knocked the minecart onto her head, so that's probably why she's okay. This game has been my main speed game for more than, oh geez, since 2017, I guess. And I still love watching the credits and like the after the game scenes every time. Never gets old. Also, this was within 30 seconds of my PB. Which is nice to have for a marathon run. So Trico did manage to get us away. Oh yeah, no, he ate him. This is far from the first time. Trico managed to get us away. And I love how you can see, if you watch, when he barfs us up here. You can see he's got like steam coming out of his nose. Like he's really hot, he's really tired. This took everything he had. And when he barfs us out this time, there is no additional like barrel juice that came up with us, like there has been in the past. So he truly is like running on empty to get us back home. And these are the same people that hurt him before. So this is the final input of the game. Timing stops before this in every category except for true ending. but the final input of the game is me getting Trico's attention and telling him, Trico, you need to go away. You need to leave. Farewell, my rainbow boy. He kinda looks like a pride flag. A little bit. I did my best. So at this point, we have, I would say, probably 4-ish minutes of cutscenes left. But they're the best ones.
Agoji, Ajukui, Atisnekatagi.
So the first time I played this game, when he said, I doubt it has long to live, I was like teary-eyed, but I was like, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. And then the narrator said, and that is how it ended, our extraordinary story, and I was done. I was like, nope, can't do it anymore. So we could skip the credits. The credits are just a nice song and kind of snippets from the game from Trico's perspective. So we're looking at the boy instead of looking at Trico. But since we're already here, and we only have a couple more minutes of cutscenes, hopefully we get to show them. This is kind of tricking you into thinking that you're just looking at the title screen again. Because, you know, most people don't finish this game in one session. So they're used to seeing the title screen. They recognize that this thing is just the title screen, right? And so a lot of people are just like, okay, I beat the game, and they turn it off. But if we stick around, there's more. I think it took me 3 days to play through this game, because I started it pretty late on the first day that I played, and the second day I had to work. The third day was a weekend though, so I just finished it. Man, no tattoos on the face. That was a good run. So that's us, right? You can tell by the tattoos. You actually get more tattoos throughout the game, depending on how often you get caught by armor. So us not having any visible tattoos on the face means that we did really, really well. So after all these years, we found that mirror that fell off of us when Trico crashed into the ground to bring us home. Oh, hey, PDO, nice to see you. Absolutely valid. Spend 1,000,000 hours just playing with Trico. The music, though. So this is retracing some of our first steps. That was how we got out into the sunlight with Trico for the first time. This is that little lake where he was scared to jump in the water, right past the beginning. This was the wall that we blasted down with his tail when we found the mirror. And there's a secret button press that I can do here and that I will do. It's almost impossible to hear, but you can hear that little squeak over to the side. The button press, you can light up Trico's horns by pressing circle during that scene to help you see him better. So yeah, that's the end of those cutscenes, and that's the true ending of the game. We got all the barrels. We did some things. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Y'all are wonderful.